Okay, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Mr. Brown?
Here.
Mrs. Coletti? Here. Mrs. Sanders?
Here.
Secretary here. President Heisel?
Here. Could we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Do we have any public comment sheets?
None has been handed in, sir.
All right, then we will move to around the district. We'll start with Balmoral Elementary, third grade. Wait a minute.
Mr. Moore first.
Oh, okay. Rochelle, can you hang on for just a second? Just a second. Sit there, get your thoughts ready. And okay, before we do that, we would like to recognize Mr. Torian Moore.
Yes. Torian, could you come to the first seat? Ken, I want you to take a picture with him. Okay. Yes. Thank you. A few months ago, Board Member Sanders brought to my attention a very gracious act of kindness that was done by an employee in our district, and it is Mr. Moore. And I would like to read this statement to the audience. It says, Crete Monee High School is home to 11 students who are part of the Exceptional Children Have Opportunities program, fondly known as ECHO. ECHO is a special education cooperative that serves South Suburban students with disabilities such as orthopedic impairment, visual or hearing impairment, cognitive disabilities, speech, language impairment, as well as several other areas. Students with physical and health impairments, PHI, are well known among the students and staff at Crete Monee High School. Mr. Torian Moore, a teacher assistant at Crete Monee High School in the cross-categorical program, often visits with students during their lunch period, meaning all students. Prior to the start of this school year, Torian's father lost his battle with ALS, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. Up until that time, Mr. Moore was able to communicate with his father through the use of a Dynavox system with eye gaze technology. This sophisticated equipment allows individuals with speech or language disabilities the ability to communicate and control their environment with just the blink of an eye. One day, during the lunch period, Mr. Moore stopped to say hello to the students and began talking with Mrs. Diane Skagger, the ECHO teacher. He learned that one of the students' range of motion had become more limited and he was no longer able to use his hand to access his touch screen. This is a quote from Mr. Moore. My grandfather always taught me that you can't live a perfect day without doing something for someone who can't pay you back. With this in mind, he gave the gift of voice to ECHO students through the donation of his father's Dynavox. The use of the device will benefit students in the ECHO program who are nonverbal and have limited fine motor abilities. It is currently being used for student evaluations and determining the suitability of eye-gazing technology as well as student training. Mrs. Skagger said in closing, our class and the ECHO/PHI program salute Mr. Moore for giving our nonverbal students the wonderful opportunity to experience a voice to be heard and to share a need, an idea, a thought, an opinion, or even a dream. Mr. Moore and his donation will be remembered by our students for many years to come. And with that said, there's a lot to be said about Mr. Moore. I've personally known him for several years. I remember my first introduction to him. He wasn't even an employee of the district. He came with a group of men from University Park who wanted to come and mentor young men in the district, and eventually he did get the opportunity to not only do that, but to become an employee, use his skills. I know many things that he has done for our students, a lot of our young men. He's very close to athletics. He's very modest. He doesn't like to be recognized. He told me when I asked about this, about him being recognized a couple months ago, he flat out told me he didn't want to be recognized. But usually that is the sign of a humble man and a modest man. But he's reaped, our students have reaped great benefits because of the work that you have done. We greatly appreciate it, and tonight we felt very strongly, both the administration and the Board of Education, that we felt that we wanted to recognize you for all that you've done, especially this gracious gift. It's not done normally through the donation process because we understand it's through ECHO, but we felt that it should be recognized tonight. And so with that said, we'd like the audience and the board to congratulate you, and I'm sure the board may want to give some comments.
I wanted to just say, as I've said before to you, Mr. Moore, that, you know, to be honest with you, Dr. Rogers is accurate in that I was standing in the middle of was visiting the high school, and some of, you don't know this, but some of your colleagues actually, you know, people talk about their coworkers talking about them. It was water cooler chatter, but it was positive water cooler chatter. And I heard from 2 or 3 people who were standing in there. They weren't even talking to me, but they thought it was significant. And it's interesting to me because when a colleague isn't necessarily jealous or has something negative to say, we don't all have great workplaces or even friends on the job. I thought it was significant what you did. I'm pretty nosy, so I looked up this equipment because I had never heard of it, and the significant value. The cheapest I saw the machine on eBay was about $12,000. And I feel like I've discussed it and said it, you know, before, that the bottom line is people are taking from people in our society, or we're selling, or we're bartering on eBay in an effort to make ends meet, which there's nothing wrong with that. But the fact that you decided to share, you know, and extend the legacy of your dad's gift to our school family. I understand, again, it's not necessarily to 201U School District, but the fact that you are a gym or one of the gyms in our school district and you share this wonderful gift, I certainly commend you. The world says that men aren't saying a lot these days, or that there are not a lot of positive males in our society. I take my hat off and just commend you for being passionate for students, and I concur with Dr. Rogers. I have seen you work with, mentor, and tutor students, and so this was an additional, just an extra piece for me to actually hear that you don't just deal with kids on a sports level, but you deal with kids who may have some significant impairments, and that's a difficult thing. So I just, again, commend you for the hard work and your effort and the gift of your love. Thank you.
Torian and I met last spring, wasn't it? He was building a garden down the street from where I live for a young lady whose father had just passed away. And the whole class was out there working on the garden. It just gives you an idea of what they're all about, taking care of each other and taking care of others. We appreciate that. In my mind, that gives you some gold stars and maybe a step up on the rest of us in this world and in a life to come. Thank you so much.
I would like to also say thank you. I could just imagine your dad and your granddad are really happy right now knowing that their legacy has been passed down and you're doing the things that you've been taught to do. And to me, this is just another example of the awesome, great staff that we have here at Crete Monee. Also, one of my favorite quotes is by John Donne, and it says, "No man is an island." And you've really shown that today, that we do need people to reach out and help us at times. So thank you again on behalf of the board.
Thank you.
Okay. Great. Thanks a lot. Go ahead.
For you last. Again, thank you, Mr. Moore. Truly is a testament of your character, integrity, and I often describe and define integrity as doing the right thing when no one is watching. And I also want to thank Board Member Sanders for bringing it to the forefront for this recognition, even though you didn't want it, and you're going to continue to get it when you least expect it. And you're going to continue to do the things what's required by us to be givers. Thank you so much.
At this time, Torian, we'd like to have you come, or actually, we'd like to have a picture with you and the board on stage. Ms. Berta will take that picture, and we have a token of appreciation for you also.
Okay. Rochelle, hold on, just two brief announcements. For those of you out there, you may have noticed there's a little difference in the signage up here. In front of Board Member Hall, it is now Dr. Hall. We would like to congratulate her on earning her degree at Olivet University and on being named by the National Association of School Boards as an outstanding board member. Congratulations. This much exercise in years. All right. And we would like to welcome our newest board member, Mr. Thomas Morgan. Okay, the stalling's done. It's your turn.
Ask the board members if they wouldn't mind being seated in the audience for a few minutes so they could see the presentation.
All right, good evening. First, I'd like to say thank you to the Board of Education to have this opportunity to talk about Balmoral. I think the staff will agree we pride ourselves as being innovative and collaborative. So it really made our task tonight a challenge because we didn't know which program to really highlight. I'd like to say thank you to the parents and families that have come out. If I could have our third grade scholars and families please stand for a second. Although it will be mentioned a couple times in our presentation, I definitely want to give credit and thank you to our third grade teaching staff for all that you're doing this year. If third grade staff could stand. What we have prepared for you is a brief PowerPoint presentation on our College Bound initiative, which really connects with our overall school theme of class, which stands for communication, leadership, advocacy, service, and success. First, we want to talk about the need, and these are needs that are based on research on schools from across the country. I think many of us who are familiar know that by fourth grade, students start to decide if they are good at school or bad at school. It becomes a fun activity that they love or a chore that they really abhor. There's also an issue of motivation for those students and low expectations. Looking at our staff and our schools across the country, there's an issue where many public schools have trouble naming their brand, talking about what they do well and what their focus is. And recently, in the last couple of years, there's been a lot of talk about charter schools, and parochial schools have well-published documents that really talk about what they're doing. On the public school end, we're so focused on working with our students that oftentimes we don't do the best job presenting to our community what we're really good at. And last but not least, there is an issue that quite often, if you talk to anyone that's a veteran teacher, they've spent a lot of their time researching on their own, planning on their own, and working in isolation. So that's the need. That's the problem. I'll now turn it over to my partner in crime, Mrs. Perkins, because about 2.5 years ago, this was just a thought in her head that she began talking to me about as she spearheaded this College Bound initiative.
So one way we decided to answer this need that we had was through our College Bound initiative. This is our second year at this. And so you asked, what is College Bound? It is about having high expectations for our scholars. It is about college themes that scholars share with their teachers. It's about teachers setting student goals and conferencing with them. And it's combining our social curriculum taught through our class pledge. It's where our third grade teachers give up an enormous amount of their time and volunteer to make this happen. They plan units, and on a weekly basis, they put together Concilium, which is an assembly that focuses on the praising of our scholars, their academic and social needs. Why College Bound? We say, why not? As a school, we are dedicated to our scholars having every opportunity, and those opportunities include college amongst them. So we ask that you take a look at what this means in our school as we show you how we communicate, lead, advocate, have service, and success.
Concilium begins with the parade of classroom universities. Listen in as 3rd and 4th grade scholars share their Concilium experiences and as teachers discuss the work behind the College Bound initiative.
It helps me to stand up for others and myself.
The best part I thought was Concilium, because we got to share our thoughts of what College Bound means to us and what we think our goals are to achieve later on in life and when we're meeting our goal in college. So, and sharing our thoughts. I like when we shared our thoughts because all of our answers were great, and I really liked it.
I learned character traits that I can use effectively in my college experience. It helps me to be a scholar by teaching me how to act in the future and helping me to think of what I want to be when I grow up.
It's going to help. It's going to give me an idea of what I'm going to be when I grow up.
It helps me learn stuff during class, and then it will help me figure out more stuff about college before I'm in it.
Overall, the planning process is to ensure that this program meets the needs of our future. These scholars are the class of 2022, and they're aspiring through this College Bound initiative to take their education even farther. It's never too early to start thinking about our future. When I think about what makes me most proud is the fact that this team has identified a need, something that we wanted to improve upon on behalf of our scholars, and we are absolutely willing to do whatever it takes to meet the needs of our scholars. And we really believe that to meet the needs of the scholars that we had to operate differently, and our idea was, instead of all working individually, singly doing things on our own, that our power would be greater if we worked in community and in collaboration with one another.
In my 20-plus years of teaching, I've seen very few grade levels work so well together as a team. And I would have to say that this team is really second to none I've ever worked with as far as getting along with one another, putting in the time that's needed, and truly putting the kids first. So I can definitely say I'm proud to work with this third grade team.
The College Bound Initiative places values on collaborating and working with other scholars. Our scholars learn to move past internal thinking and move forward to sharing and collaborating with others. Value is placed on moving beyond high school and moving on to being successful adults. As students internalize the College Bound Initiative and the experience, they envision a brighter future for themselves.
Well, the third grade College Preparatory Initiative message is important because in June 2010, the Illinois State Board of Education adopted new, more rigorous standards for math and English language arts in order to better prepare our scholars for college and the workforce. So because of that, the third grade team decided to take it as our mission to prepare all third grade scholars with the necessary content knowledge, problem-solving skills, and character traits to be successful to and through college.
During the College Bound program, we motivate our scholars to pursue positive behavior by instilling our school pledge class. Every 2 weeks, we take the opportunity to introduce, discuss, and practice the components of class. That includes communication, leadership, advocacy, service, and success.
You get like shout-outs, and shout-outs are like when they talk about like if you've been doing good in work. So it's kind of like a mini podcast report.
Having class at Balmoral helps me by making good choices and achieving my goals. It helps me when I get older, I'll get more information and I'll know more from now. It helped me as a scholar by communicating with all students, teachers, and advocating by helping others, and that's it.
It helps me get my grades up, and once I get my grades up, I could probably get in a good college, so I could have a good career and a good life.
Class in the third grade College Preparatory Initiative helps me to always do my best in all my academic subjects so that I can go to college and become my future career as a veterinarian.
Class and our third grade college prep initiative helped me to achieve my dreams. I hope to one day go to college and learn everything I need to know for my career of becoming a teacher.
Concilium starts out with each classroom university sharing their college cheer. The purpose of the cheering is to build excitement as well as to instill a sense of pride and community among our scholars.
All right, scholars, you remember it's been a while since we've cheered with the Red Hawks from Miami University. So let's start our parade. We're strong, we're proud, the Red Hawks are the best. Stand up and say we're on our way. Go Miami! And thank you to our Monee and Amaria for being our banner holders this morning. All right, next we have the scholars from National Louis University. Five, six, seven, eight. Excellent job, National Louis University. If I could next have the scholars from Eastern Illinois University, please stand. All right, scholars, are you ready? Fabulous job, EIU. Next, if I could have my scholars from Illinois State University. Gentlemen, ready? Job, ISU. And last but not least, if I could have the scholars from Purdue University.
Shout-outs are given to scholars who are working hard to demonstrate our Balmoral School values, communicating, leading, advocating, serving, and succeeding to and through college.
For providing a service. They all took a moment to be thoughtful and donate to the service holiday raffle or Toys for Tots. The service holiday raffle, remember, is to help unify the courtyard right outside those doors to make it a learning environment for all. And then my Toys for Tots scholars, they donated toys for those in need. So let's please give them a looking good cheer. 1, 2, 3.
A weekly message is crafted by the 3rd grade team based on our class values.
congratulating someone. That is also good. We want to support each other in doing well in our academics, right?
My name is Christian, and I said you can set an example for little ones.
Set a positive example for little ones. Being third graders are the role models for kindergartners, first and second graders. So that's very important.
My daughter Sierra is in third grade in Miss McLean's class. The impact of the Concilium that they're doing is making my daughter excited. It's Tuesday. I know she's going to come home with a story on who got a shout out that day, who's been improving, who is doing well. She's always excited that she knows the cheer, and this time she wasn't nervous to do her college-bound cheer. It's exciting for her.
Hello, my name is Edward Anderson, and I wanted to speak a little bit about the third grade College Bound initiative. My son is Isaiah Joseph Anderson. He's now in fourth grade at Balmoral Elementary. He was in third grade last year at Balmoral, and I tell you, it was an awesome program for him to participate in. Isaiah started at Balmoral with some challenges academically, and we actually had to have him held back for a year, and he had to have some special programs added to his curriculum because that's exactly what he needed. And with the College Bound program, when it was initiated with him in his third grade year, it really just opened him up and caused him to become more confident in his own ability.
Thank you. That's the end of our presentation. I'm not sure if there are any questions or comments that anyone would like to make, but that is what we've been working on for the last 2 years with third grade. And again, it's an awesome staff and wonderful students that we're really proud of. Right now, we don't have plans to move it up. And really what I want to make clear, especially to our parents and even the board, the third grade team is going above and beyond expectations to meet additional times during. So right now, this is a volunteer program. We are going to make a presentation in the next couple of weeks to the rest of the staff to see if we can get some more grade levels that are interested in taking it on. But right now, it's not any type of mandate. Thank you. Thank you. No problem. No problem. Thank you. I know there's been some talk. Maybe somebody can help me where we're at with field trip plans. Thank you. All right.
Still no public comment stuff? Okay, we do have a need for no closed session. Unfortunately, yes.
Yes, I do.
Okay, okay. Like 7 questions I had noted down. I guess I can't ask.
All right, let's see, public comment closed, closed session, we're up to closed, okay. We do have a need for a closed session for the discussion of litigation and personnel. Could I have a motion to move into closed?
Move.
Moved by Mrs. Coletti. Is there a
Second.
second? Second by Mrs. Sanders. Does the Secretary call a roll, please?
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Mr. Morgan? Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Secretary, aye. President Heisel?
Aye. Okay, we will leave. You can stay here. Go to sleep.
We'll have Attorney Gleason and Dr. Edison and Mike Dugan to join us in closed session, please.
Laura, you're up.
Hallelujah.
I don't think, yeah, it is. Great. All right, well, tonight I have two curriculum updates for you. One is a content area, which is reading, and the second report is on our 5 Essentials survey that we're going to be giving and the new school report card. So I'm going to start with reading. The first one, actually, it seems to be a very appropriate time for this after our presentation earlier, because they were talking about their college-bound initiative, and reading in the Common Core is really the one that is most aligned with college and career readiness. And it is finally what states have now agreed to, since we have so many of them, 40. It varies between 43 and 46, but because we have all these states that now have signed on to the Common Core, they really have come up with kind of a definition of what a literate person in the 21st century should be, which I think is really some of the stuff that they were talking about earlier. So we're really looking now for learners who are independent, have strong content knowledge, and can respond to things like audience who they're speaking for, writing for, task and purpose that we're asking them to do, someone who can comprehend and values evidence, which is very important with the Common Core reading, and then, of course, someone who now can use technology and digital media and understands different perspectives and different cultures. So I think part of what Balmoral is working toward aligns well with this. The new Common Core standards for English language arts, there's really 3 sets of them. There's one for K-5, which is a comprehensive ELA set of standards, and it covers reading, writing, listening, speaking, and language standards. Now, we covered back in November, I talked to you about writing for the Common Core. So writing, we're not going to cover that tonight, and speaking and listening and language are pretty much unchanged. The real big changes are in the area of reading. Another document is also the comprehensive standards for grades 6 through 12, and then there is another set of reading standards, reading and writing standards for 6-12 that is for content areas, so science, social studies, technical subjects, because as we're moving toward this integrated model of reading and writing, we have to pull in all of those content areas. So the Common Core for reading is set up unlike math, where there are a set of anchor standards that they took from college and career readiness, and it's the exit, if you want to call it something. These are the exit standards. So these are what we want students to accomplish at the end of their high school careers. And basically what they did was they used these anchor standards, and there's 4 categories. 3 of those categories have 3 standards, and then there's a 4th category that has 1 standard. So in all, there are 10 standards, and those are the same categories for every grade level, K through 12. But what they did was they back mapped it from exit of high school all the way back to kindergarten in those areas. So you've got these areas of key ideas and details, craft and structure, integration of knowledge and ideas, and then the last one that has 1 standard to it is this idea of a range of reading and level of text complexity. And this is basically the being able to read and comprehend both literary and informational text independently and proficiently. So when you go in, if you go in and look at these big documents, you will see in the reading area there is this continuity throughout. What I really wanted to talk to you tonight about was the idea of, okay, so now we have these standards, but what are the big changes in the area of reading? And there's a few of them. The first one is now we're moving to a greater balance between literature and informational text. In the chart I gave you in your board packet, it talks about how right now under Common Core for K-5, we need to get to a balance of 50% literature and 50% informational. Typically at elementary levels you start out with the fiction reading to engage the reader, and there's a lot more of it. But with an integrated model trying to build in our content area, we really have to get everything to this 50-50 percentage. And then as you move into the middle grades, we're increasing our informational reading, so now it shifts and it's 45-55 to the informational side. And then by the time students reach high school level, the expectation is that what they read is 70% of it is informational text. So the shift is really throughout the whole grades, with the idea that by the time they're leaving high school, 70% of what they read is nonfiction. The other big change in reading is this idea of text complexity. And what they found is, doing some research, is that over the course of the last 50 or so years, what we've done as a national system is we have decreased the difficulty of the text that we put in front of students. So, way back when, people were reading much more difficult pieces of literature and informational writing, more so literature. And the reason was, it was also that, but also that we now provide so much support for kids as opposed to, say, what we used to do. So one of the challenges or the missions of the Common Core is to really increase the difficulty of reading material that kids are faced with, and then, of course, the instruction that goes along with teaching them how to read more difficult pieces of text. There are 3 measures of text complexity. One is, they call it a quantitative measure, which is, obviously numerical, and we tend to focus on what we call Lexiles, and we get Lexile reports from some assessments, and the state gives us a Lexile report through ISAT. But the ones that are equally as important are things around qualitative measures, meaning, what is the structure of the information or the text that we're putting in front of students? Does it have sophisticated themes? Are there more difficult structures within the text that they have to maneuver through? What are the knowledge demands of reading it? And then there's also the third component, which has to do with just the reader themselves. What are they interested in? What's their motivation? What is their skill level? And if you combine all 3 of those, that's what the Common Core considers text complexity. I gave you 2 charts just to kind of reinforce this idea of text complexity. One is just a Lexile chart, and if you look at this, you'll notice that, first of all, we don't look at Lexiles at the K1 level, and 2-3 in those 2 grade level bands pretty much stays the same, because in those areas, K-3, we're really teaching students how to read. But once you get to 4th and 5th grade, we have increased the Lexile measure, and that's that quantitative measure. We have increased that by 125 to 135 Lexile points, which is a dramatic increase over what it used to be. And from that point, it continues to increase, so that by the time students leave high school, they're reading somewhere in the 1,200 to 1,355 Lexile range, which is far higher than it was before. The next chart I gave you is, to me, it's very eye-opening. If you look at this one that's the 2005-2006 Lexile framework for reading, what you will see is a list of types of reading or occupations that people will have, and then the average range of a Lexile for that. And the first one is high school literature, and you can see from this that the range is somewhere in the mid-700s up to about the mid-900s, which, looking back at our new Lexile chart, that under the new measures corresponds to about a 4th, 5th grade level, but this is what typically high school literature is at. And then if you look at college literature, it's a little bit higher, but it's more so now in the 6th through 8th grade range under the new Lexile levels, as are high school textbooks, which is considered the informational reading. So what we're providing students with is, in high school, both literature and textbooks under the new standards is really something that they would see in upper elementary and middle school under the new standards. So again, it's increasing that requirement. The 2 red lines show that exit range of Lexile for 11th and 12th grade. And then what I think is most interesting is if you continue to look to the right, you'll see those bars going higher and higher where we get into college textbooks, what the reading requirements are to be in the military, what we use just personally in our work and in our daily lives is up into that college and career readiness range for 11th and 12th grade. Entry-level occupations, again, up into that range of about 1,200 to 1,350. So if we're not increasing the rigor in our high school and college courses and getting kids to that level, they cannot be successful in military careers, entry-level occupations, or even in some personal, things that you do personally, reading the newspaper, reading manuals that you would use to figure out how to, use your nice new TV and hook all your components together. I mean, that stuff is written at a level that is higher than where we are currently teaching. So we definitely have to consider that. A third shift is this idea of making sure that kids go back into the text and use the text as the basis for responding to questions. It's this idea of text-based evidence, valuing the evidence, and this idea of close reading, which is nothing more than finding short, complex passages, and as a teacher now, teaching kids how to maneuver through that and understand it, rereading it several times, looking at vocabulary, going back and finding evidence, asking good questions, and teaching kids how to manipulate and maneuver their way through complex text. So that's something now that we're going to have to do a lot of professional development on with our teachers to teach them so that they can instruct that way. Shift 4 is about writing from sources, and we're working on that already through our writing initiative. So the idea that, again, connecting reading and writing. What do you read and how does it connect? How are you connecting that in your writing? The idea of not just using one piece of text, but using multiple pieces of text to write from, and especially in like our content areas, that idea of primary and secondary source documents. And if you dig deep into the Common Core documents, they talk a lot about which primary and secondary source documents kids should be exposed to. I was at a Common Core workshop not too long ago, and the presenter took us through the Gettysburg Address and doing a close reading activity, kind of a mini lesson on it, and that actually was written for like a master's level reading, but yet we expect kids in high school to be able to read the Gettysburg Address. So, you have to teach kids how to do that. The fifth shift is this idea of vocabulary. So we can't ignore vocabulary. We have to make sure that students are learning appropriate vocabulary for whatever content area they're in. So the Common Core calls that domain-specific vocabulary. And then there's just academic vocabulary, those words that students are exposed to over and over again in the course of their study, words like analyze. We talked today about, at the kindergarten level, about using words like event, having kids describe events in a story. And we had some conversation about, do we use the word event? Well, event is something that is going to appear further down the line in other grade levels, so why not use the correct terminology starting young and exposing them to it and moving them forward from there. So that's kind of what academic vocabulary is. And then the last shift is really this idea of what are students learning in the different content areas, that they should build their knowledge through reading and writing, as we've talked about, but also it has to be more than just sitting there and listening to a teacher. They're getting their knowledge not as much from the teacher as they're getting it through text. And text in the Common Core is not only a book or an article or a magazine, but it's also information you get from digital sources. So now we're getting into the technology where we're online, we're researching, we're reading online types of things. So those are the big shifts in the area of reading. And what we're doing right now, this current school year, at all of our grade levels, at K-5, we just had a great morning session with all of our K-5 teachers working on our curriculum for the standards and how we've unpacked them. And for those of you that have elementary students, you may have seen our I CAN statements, mostly in math, but now we're writing them for reading, and we worked on those today, and we're also identifying, okay, well, if this is what we now have to teach, what does that mean instructionally for us? Are there certain things that we have to teach first, and then what do we have to teach after this, and how do we get to that deep level of understanding that the Common Core is requiring? Because it's not just, for example, this morning we had a great discussion about, okay, I can teach kids at a primary level to identify the main character, to identify the setting, to identify the events in the story, but that's not what the standard says. The standard says it asks them to go deeper and explain how all of those things interact to create the story. So on the surface, I think a lot of times teachers' reaction is, oh yeah, we do that. You know, we teach setting, we teach main character, we teach the events, but they have to go deeper and teach kids to think about how all those things are interconnected, which is a different way, you know, you're going to have to teach a little bit differently. So we're really making sure that we have thoughtful conversations about what does this really mean for our instruction. Elementary is also, we're working on the foundational skills, which are things like phonics and phonemic awareness, word recognition, vocabulary. And our grades 3 to 5 are piloting a new word study program called Words Their Way. And again, if you've got kids in those grades, you may see them now sorting spelling words, doing lots of sorts where they take words and put them in different categories. And that program now addresses the new standards. So we're looking at that, and we're getting a favorable response from teachers. And then the last thing that we're doing right now is we're working on increasing our nonfiction at the K-5 level. So we've added to our independent reading program that Monee is doing, like Monee Madness. We're adding nonfiction to those crates, and also we're trying to get more nonfiction into just our regular everyday instruction. 6-8 is now looking at text complexity very closely when they're selecting new reading materials. We're also working on unit development, the Common Core, some of the publishers of different, there's a lot of websites and a lot of people that are involved, but they've published some sample units now that we're taking a close look at, because they're doing just what we've talked about, this integration of reading and writing and the balance of fiction and nonfiction, and working, getting kids to work at a higher cognitive level. So we've got some good samples that we're going to be digging into. I know the middle school was working on using that today. And then also for them, it's increasing this reading volume. They're trying to get to 1 million words a year, as is the high school. And I think for those of you that have high school kids, you know, we have our literacy days where kids are reading and writing, and we have reading built into practically every course in the high school this year has a novel of some sort that's attached to it. We also have our literacy coach at the high school now that is there to support our classroom teachers as they do more and more reading, especially in the content areas where teachers haven't been trained to be teachers of reading. We're giving them support. We're again looking at text complexity, because we know we have to raise the level of complexity of what we're putting in front of kids. And the last, right before the holidays, you know, we're high schools at work site. And so right before the holidays, they brought in a woman from High Schools at Work that was working with our school improvement team at the high school on how to design units that they call it a lesson design collaborative, but it's similar to some of those sample units that we talked about earlier for the middle school. It's, again, rigorous, includes reading and writing aligned to the Common Core, and because we're a High Schools at Work school, it's really a great opportunity to tap into their resources and help us in our curriculum development. So reading is not, probably of all the content areas, it's probably the most difficult one under the Common Core, but the most important one. So that's the reading section. I don't know, does anybody have any questions or comments?
Well, again, Assistant Superintendent Hurst, I really commend you. You're driving this home, and I can see success is coming our way in volumes. Now, the Brockton initiative, is that incorporated in this?
It is, in the respect that it's, you know, Brockton is writing in response to reading.
Sure.
So you know, again, the writing, every place that's writing, K-12, whenever we're doing our writing on a monthly basis, it's always in response to reading. So part of what we do is we have to find the articles and the text, and then we have to write the prompts that go along with it so that we get the written product.
Excellent. I'm thrilled. Thank
I have
you
a
so
question.
much.
Again, thank you for your presentation, and we all know the importance of reading. My question is regarding the collaboration of the teachers. Do we do district-wide collaboration of grade levels? Like today, was this development school-wide or was it district-wide? Just to make sure that all of our levels are on the same path.
Yeah, well, the interesting thing, we have a couple of things happening. When you get when you reach 6th grade, except for our 6th grade at CSK, which would be where we would pull those people in, everything else is a district school. So they have natural collaboration built in because they're all housed in one building. So high school, middle school, they collaborate all the time. When you do K-5, now we're spread out, around 5 different schools. So what we've done is a couple of things. First of all, every K-5 school has a grade level representative on either our writing curriculum committee, our math curriculum committee, or our reading curriculum committee. So, we have representation across the district, and I think pretty much all of our teachers end up being on some committee. So those we have a planned schedule of when they meet, and they come together, they do curriculum work. And then on days like today, this morning, we spent all morning, we brought all of our district teachers together at Monee. We had our grade levels across districts, so all of our kindergarten, all of our first, then got together in a room, and they spent the entire morning going through the work that the curriculum committee developed and, getting clarification, making changes, making suggestions, and then that work now will go back to those committees, and that's just the process. So it goes from committees with broad representation back to the grade level as a whole, a district whole, and then back to the committee until we get to the end result.
How are we working with our teachers? Because we're shifting from fiction to nonfiction reading for information. There's a big jump there, especially by the time you get to the middle school and the high school, because most of those teachers, their English classes were literature classes. So how are we working with them?
Well, I think really the idea for nonfiction, especially when you get in the upper grades, you're still going to have literature in your literature classes, because if you really think about a student's day, the English course that they take is going to be where their literature is, and the other periods of the day is going to be where you're going to pick up your nonfiction. Now, it's not to say that an English course at the high school isn't going to have nonfiction in it, because you may use some nonfiction related pieces to go along with the fiction you're reading to build background knowledge, set the purpose for reading. If you're reading something in a certain time period, you may bring in some historical types of things. But for the most part, the real shift is our content area teachers now having to kind of go outside their disciplines and really become teach literacy as it relates to the discipline, and that's where I think you pick up your nonfiction.
Okay, thank you.
Laura, excellent presentation. I just have a question about how does the district collaborate with making the practice of the academic vocabulary standardized? So when kids are moving from one level to the next, how is that done?
It's actually part of our curriculum process that we're working on. So there are a lot of things that we're talking about that have to be standardized or uncovered. So we want to get to the point where we're saying, okay, these are, for academic vocabulary, these are important words. Like the example I gave you, kindergarten, using the word event, okay? That would be an academic vocabulary word that we want to make sure kids are exposed to, so that K-12, we're saying these are the important academic words that we're all going to use, and we're going to use them in our instruction. And then I think the next piece to that is, how do we get to the content area vocabulary and say, okay, well, what are we covering? When we're teaching science in 4th grade, then these are the science words that we're going to teach, so that 5th grade knows what we've taught. And it really is part and parcel of that whole curriculum development, because we do need to get to that where we've got a progression that goes all the way through the system.
Is there a discussion with administrators talking about how that's done in terms of principals?
We do talk about it. They're actually facilitating these grade level meetings, so they're in the thick of it too, and they do attend all of these curriculum meetings. They may not attend every single one, but they have a schedule set that as a group that they've laid out. So, you know, certain people come to certain grade levels for reading and certain people are coming to math. So they're there at the table and they're part of the conversations too.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I want to ask, at the high school level, are the new reading initiative, are there any statistics, or when might we be able to expect some statistics on, you know, the majority of the kids reading these books? I mean, that's new, so is that upcoming? Will we hear more about that?
I think,
how
you know,
it's affect, you know, how
yeah,
it's
you mean statistics in terms of test scores, or just are they reading the books? Or?
Well, I mean, I've heard a lot, you know, I'm keeping up with the books that they're reading, and I heard how they do it. So I'm just wondering, is it, and especially because it's in a lot of classes, and your I forget the social studies classes and all of them. So just, are you finding, do we have any feedback? Are you finding that it's improving from class to class? Any kind of assessment done on that?
Well, this is what I'll tell you. You know, I was at the Oversight Committee last week, and Mike he had a lot of data where he's tracking our EPAS scores, you know, on our practice, explore, plan, ACT type tests, and they're looking a lot at reading going along with that. So, you know, social studies is responsible for certain types of reading passages out of that exam, and science is responsible for certain types of reading passages. So the way I think that he's measuring it is we know that volume of reading impacts scores alone. I mean, the research says the more you read, the better you do. But now what he's tracking is, okay, we've increased the volume, so let's see what the impact is on our test scores. So he's got a system in place, and maybe you've heard about, they do periodically they're taking small sections of practice, explore, plan, and ACT tests, and he's tracking those test scores, and he's seeing higher scores this year than he saw last year. And I certainly, you know, that might be a conversation that, you know, we could have him at some point come and when he's got some more data, because we've only really been into this now about 3 months, but you know, we certainly can bring that data to you as we get further into the year, and by the time we get to April, when we take the actual test and get those scores back. I mean, you know, Mike, he's got a plan, and he's following through with it, and what he showed last week at the Oversight Committee is showing improved test scores from where we were last year. So it looks like right now the preliminary data is showing that it is having an effect, and our students are responding to it, not only in test scores, but, you know, there was some concerns among staff that maybe what we were doing was too overwhelming for kids, and that we would have the opposite response from them, that maybe they wouldn't engage as much as we would like them to, and we're not seeing any of that. We're seeing kids that are reading, and we're seeing kids that are writing. So I think our students are measuring up to the challenge that we've put in front of them.
And then one final thing, in the presentation that was given tonight, I'm just curious as to how, you know, these are individual school volunteered initiatives, so they came up with this process themselves, and like the Monee Madness and all these things, do we track how that might be you know, the role that it's playing on a significant increase in reading and just in the critical areas? Do we engage that in material?
Yeah, I would say, you know, as far as tonight's presentation, probably they could talk more about the impact that it's having. Again, it's only the second year that they're doing it. I did see some of it last year, but I think what they have in place this year seems much more structured. You know, it's kind of growing as they're doing it more. With regard to Monee Madness, that actual program is in place in most of our elementary schools. I think if not, Monee's got it in every grade level. Other buildings have it in not every grade level, but in some place, I think with the exception of one building. So the idea around that Monee Madness, or the independent reading that we're doing, is again to increase volume. And you know, if we look at Monee as being the example, since they did it completely across the board, K-5, and now they're into, I think, year 2 or 3 with this, their reading scores went up. That was, you know, we saw their test scores earlier in the spring or in the fall, and those scores from last year went up, and they attribute it to the fact, I mean, not only what they're doing instructionally in the classroom, but again, they've got kids that are engaged with this, and they love it, and they're reading more. And so they're feeling like that this has had a solid impact on their test scores.
And that's why I ask it, because I'm trying to figure out, just like the guy said earlier, that it's volunteerism. I'm just wondering if we as a district, if we find one program that works well, and can't we disseminate it to all of the buildings,
Mhm.
and then put or apply some more resources
Sure.
other than what they have,
Mhm.
if it's shown a proven track record
Right,
of success.
absolutely, absolutely.
So we're doing that.
I want to comment on that one. Yes. The one thing I will say about like Monee Madness and the initiative that Mike is doing with the volume of reading, because you asked that question in particular, I think we have, you know, certainly 1 year, if not 2, on Monee Madness, and for sure we're really looking at whether or not we're going to see some results on standardized testing with Mike's program. I had mentioned in an FYI, I think for sure if we see those 2 schools, and we have talked about this with all the principals, we're sort of waiting on Mike as the last sort of leg to sort of establish this works at high levels and at low level, meaning high school all the way to elementary. Then I think we want to come to the board and say we want to make this a district-wide initiative where we do sort of force the issue with everyone that we need to read more, we need to, you know, readers are leaders. If you remember a long, long time ago, Pizza Hut had some sort of program. What was it called? Yeah.
Pizza Hut.
Book It. Yeah,
Book It.
was the program and so on.
Book
We
It.
want to create some sort of program where the whole district is invested. Parents know about it. It has a name to it. We're tracking it. You know, we're buying books. We're going to ask the board to consider purchasing more books in the classroom, in the libraries, and even maybe a lending library where parents who may not have as many resources can come and just borrow things. I know there's libraries, but to get it from the school to me is even better because it more closely aligns for sure with what we're studying, because we're saying this book will line up with this topic or this research or whatever we're doing. And so that's one example where we want to spread it out. With something like Balmoral, it's trying to find what the measures would be, because honestly, if it really is about, it's more qualitative measures than quantitative. It's not something, honestly, that I think you can put hard numbers to necessarily around maybe, you know, is reading and math improving. I mean, you can look at that, but I think the goal of the program was just to get a more affective response from both kids and parents to say, I'm now really cognizant of college and I want to go to college. Where, I mean, they're like sold on it. I'm thinking about it, I'm going to college, you know, type of thing. So it's almost like a survey type thing versus a hard number on did it really improve my writing necessarily. I mean, we can still look at that, and we are going to look at a variety of things, but the reading initiative is easy to track because it's all about academics and it's about testing and it's about improvement on informal as well as formal assessments. I think for Balmoral, there's still a question about what can you really use to measure the success of that program one way or the other. And so I think once we can get some hard numbers around it, yeah, certainly we can begin to expand it out to other schools.
It seems to be, you know, what I saw in the video is it's really about motivation. And if we get kids that are now motivated, they'll be more engaged academically, and then we'll see the fruits of our labor from that. But I think it really, like John said, it's to get them motivated and committed to moving.
And that's kind of why I was saying, if it is something, even the motivation factor, including the parental involvement, because we always say that lacks. So in addition to that, if we've got them sold for two pieces, and then if, like he said, it's volunteerism, if we added I don't know what, some night, I don't know, but something that would bridge in the, okay, now this is another requirement too. The only way to get to college, you got to take the entrance exam, pass the ACT. So these are other components. So just building upon it. And if we, as a district, like you said, are going to invest further into it and build upon the pyramid, if you will, of the criteria. And just one final thing. Can you, Dr. Rogers or Ms. Hirsch, we're supposed to get the report still from the oversight. Can we get that? It's supposed to come to the board.
Minutes. Yes, I will.
I mean, and it would just be nice, even
Yes.
if we don't have to read them, that somebody can't even make a presentation since it was supposed to be to us.
Yes.
You know, I think it would be really great. I don't know, Laura, if this falls under your domain or not, but much like the Balmoral group tonight, if in all of our elementary schools, if we could even offer all the children at the third grade level, whatever level we decide or they decide, the opportunity to visit a university and see and talk to people and say, this is what it takes. This is the work that it takes. Is I think too often, you know, it's great to inspire these kids and tell them you can do anything you put your mind to. Well, that's not true when we see that in reality. You have to put the hard work in, and I think if they have a visual, you know, of what a college even looks like, and, you know, talk to someone who tells them this is what you have to do, and these are the grades that you have to have. It is more tangible. So I don't
Well,
know if
and you know,
possible.
I would agree, and I just don't want us to forget, and I absolutely love what they did. But, you know, when you look at this whole idea of college, and they call it college and career readiness, but a lot of people are now moving away from the word career to college and workforce ready, because it is, the whole idea is now, high school is not an endpoint. It doesn't matter if you go to college or not. There has to be something after high school, whether it's a trade school, the military, some other, you know, there is something beyond high school, and so you have to be ready for that. So, you know, yes, while maybe not every child is going to go to college, they are going to need to go someplace else after high school. And I think we have to, you know, so yes, I think going to a college and seeing it in person is certainly a great idea and something that we should do. But I also think there's a whole career piece that maybe as educators we're not always as familiar, because this is our chosen field is education. We're not always as familiar with where kids can go for a career once they leave high school. So, you know, as a math teacher, how much knowledge do I have as to what math careers are that I can now impart that knowledge to my kids? As a science teacher, what are some careers that utilize science? You know, we've got Project Lead the Way, which is our pre-engineering, and I know that's built into part of the program, or what are the types of engineering careers that kids can go into. And, you know, there's a lot of talk about STEM education, you know, science, technology, engineering, math. You know, what are those careers? Because there are so many out there, and there are so many careers that we don't even exist right now that will be coming. You know, everything is changing so fast that we have to make sure that kids have those skills to, whether they go to college or they go to the next level of training, that they're prepared for.
Can I say this one thing real quick? The one thing I really enjoy, I don't want to prolong the meeting, but I think it's important to say, One thing I really enjoyed about that presentation tonight is the fact that you had parents that were excited. And I thought about this as maybe it will lay the groundwork that if even at the elementary level, now if you held a workshop even at Balmoral that said, what can you do as a parent workshop? What can you do to get your kid ready for, or you as a parent to be ready for the college application process, or, you know, the college visitation process? Because as one person said, I think it was Nakia, said it's never too early to start talking about college. So it may start giving parents the idea of, I don't even have to wait on the school. I'll take my kid. It may start on a social level. I'll take my kid to a college football game so that they can see what a campus is like, to see what those activities are like, and then that leads to other things, other visits, and so on. What does a college library look like, you know, et cetera, et cetera. We might have more success with parents attending those workshops earlier than we do sometimes when we present them at high school. Not that they're not interested, but you know, maybe we didn't capture them early enough. So I think that's important to say tonight.
One thing I'll do, I will add, elementary principals are scheduled to meet the first week of February, so I will add to the agenda for that this presentation that Rashawn did, and make sure that he talks about it in a formal setting with the other elementary principals, so that they, you know, they probably have had some informal conversations, but just so we're all at the same point and hear the same thing, so they can start their discussion.
And Tom and Laura, I think are you still the business partnership chair?
Well, I've got my own business partnership, yeah.
Well, the one that's connected with the district.
The district one is not really functioning.
Oh, God.
But,
okay. Well, I was only going to suggest that, well, just in response to Nancy's suggestion, so if we can't go necessarily to find the vocations, if you will, because I was out and I heard a gentleman a couple of weeks ago in this, you know, in one of the community forums, and they were talking, of course, about the district, and saying that beyond educating kids here, we needed to, what is the district doing to prepare kids who aren't necessarily going to college? So one of the gentlemen there said, specifically, I have a trade. We have trades. I'm a carpenter. Another man just jumped up and just took a whole new life. And so essentially, you know, I'll come to the schools, and maybe, you know, we used to have career day or something, but to really have those strongly implemented in some of the schools, and to have some of these, if people want to, well, I guess they got to get the volunteer process, but the point is to bring the kids here. There's no field trip, no cost necessarily involved, and people are volunteering.
And we can do that. I used to run workshops for teachers on how to bring careers into their classrooms, and I can still do it occasionally. The reality is that Laura hit on it. Educators don't really know a lot about what's going on in the outside world because we're educators. We stay in. And if you could bring the outside in, it makes all the difference in the world. And we've got the connections, and we can do all kinds of things for you, especially when it comes to reading for information and a part of the Common Core getting workforce readiness. You know, so we're there.
Great.
Okay. Next up, 5 essential survey information.
All right, I'll try and make this short. We are required now through the state of Illinois to administer this Illinois 5 Essential Survey. And, you know, we typically do our parent survey in the fall, which we did at conference time. And the 5 Essential Survey is it's a survey that was developed through the University of Chicago based on a lot of research that was done over 20 years. Where they have identified 5 indicators of school for school improvement. And so the state is now requiring that all districts participate in this survey. So there's basically 3 surveys. There's a teacher survey, a student survey for students in grades 6 through 12, and a parent survey. The survey is scheduled to be administered February 1st through March 31st. And we will be participating in that. We have already participated, Dr. Rogers and I, in 2 webinars to gather the information, and we've been working with our buildings to prepare for the survey. They've identified their survey coordinators, and they've taken a preliminary, given the state some preliminary information on technology and the number of students and teachers in their schools. We will need to make sure, in order for these survey results to count, that at least 50% of our teachers participate, 50% of our 6th through 12th grade students, and 30% of our parents, so that we will get those survey results counted. What's happening with the survey results is that they will now be analyzed by the state. We will get the preliminary data in June, and then in October, the survey results will be reported on the new school report cards. So I enclosed in your packet actually a lot of information, an FAQ on it. They gave us some sample questions, which are pretty much along the lines of the questions that we currently did on our last parent survey. But and then what I also put in the packet here are the samples of the new school report cards, because Governor Quinn a year ago signed into law the revamp of the school report cards, and so we now have a sample of an elementary, a middle, and a high school report card, and they're much more colorful, and they contain a little bit more information than what we had before. Primarily, you're going to have information on here about school characteristics like your enrollment, your class size, your teacher's experience, how much you spend per pupil, what's your mobility rate. We're going to have student demographics on there, which is similar to information that you could get in other places before, but that will be on the report card. ISB is going to provide some information around curriculum and resource information, like how many specialists do we have in the school, like literacy coaches and social workers, guidance counselors, special education teachers. Do we offer any special programs? More so probably at the upper grades and the lower grades, but things like AP courses, dual credit courses, foreign language courses. And then there's a section, and this is entirely new, but there's a section now where the principal actually gets to provide information about their school. So it's going beyond just the test score report, so everybody's looking at the test scores and they don't get a full, complete picture of what's going on in the school. So the principal will provide information around things like community partnerships and extracurricular programs, before and after programs, any other special programs that are going on, electives that are offered. So again, that's adding to that complete picture. And then you will also then have your test score data. And they're going to look at it not only on outcomes, which is how we've been reporting it, how are students doing on the high stakes tests, but then the percentage of kids that are on track, because we want to, in this growth model now, we want to make sure that we're having information about how students are progressing toward, the end result. So we're looking for kindergarten readiness, what's our promotion rate for freshmen, because that's a key grade level for us, and then the whole student growth component. And then the last part is on the school environment, and this is where all of the survey information will be reported. The parent surveys will be in there around climate. Teacher survey results will be there about learning climate, professional climate. We will have information on there about family engagement. Again, that comes from the parent survey. And then the idea of, our teachers, are their qualifications, what are their evaluation ratings, how many are in the proficient range, how many are in the excellent range, what's our attendance, do we retain our staff, or do we have a lot of teacher turnover? So the report card is designed, again, to give a more complete picture of the school, as opposed to just getting that information on just the test scores. So the survey and the report cards are connected in that regard. So we will be getting that out. We're meeting tomorrow with our K-12 administrators, and one of the agenda items is the survey, and they should all, hopefully by now, have received information from the state. The state has given us a communication kits with sample letters, so all of that we're in the process of getting that ready to go out so we can make sure that we get everyone communicated with and get those participation rates that we, well, actually, to get higher than what they're recommending as a minimum. But we want to make sure that we do this, do a good job, and make sure we communicate this and get a high rate of participation.
Report cards really going to be different.
Yes, they are.
Gives a heck of a profile. Any questions for Laura on this one? When these report cards hit, the telephones ought to start ringing off the off the wall. Okay. I think then we're ready to move on to the consent agenda. Could I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move.
Moved by Mrs. Coletti. Is there a second?
Yes.
Okay, second by Mr. Morgan.
It's his first time.
Got to have a motion and a second, folks, to even talk about it. Okay, are there any questions or discussion on the consent agenda?
Yes, I have a question. Mr. Gruce, I couldn't see, and I don't know if it was my system or not, but the receipt, what do you call them? The payments that we make, is that you just have a kind of a summarization now, or where's the list?
agenda bills that list off all
Yeah.
the checks?
I couldn't pull it down. Did you?
I don't know. That's always.
It's under the extras. It's not included in this actual packet. It's included under the extras.
No, I mean, I was looking on my board book where I could download. I saw but you're saying it's here.
Yeah, I saw it there, yeah.
That's where I put it
I'm not questioning where you guys put it in any month. I was just questioning the fact that I couldn't be
Oh.
or I didn't see it. I just saw
Yeah.
yeah,
You saw that, yeah.
The check register.
That's always in there, and then the actual, like, who gets paid what.
I've seen it before, but I just couldn't.
Yeah,
put-
it's in the extras.
Okay.
So now I need to do it.
Okay, I've got the motion. Would the secretary call the roll?
I'm sorry, I have an issue first.
Oh, wait, okay.
Oh, did somebody say something? I have an issue with the minutes from December 17th, as where I am stated as far as the reasoning for not voting.
Wait a minute, December 17th.
Sorry, this is page 53,
53.
2012 tax levy. And that is not why I stated I did not vote. I cannot vote for major finance issues. So I would like
Okay.
to
Okay, they need to be corrected then.
correct that, and I can give that to Terry.
And get that to Terry, okay.
And there was a lot being said, so it was probably some.
Yeah. Okay, then, a corrected motion that the corrected consent agenda with the minutes corrected. Does the person who made the motion accept that, Mrs. Coletti?
Yes.
Does the second, Mr. Morgan?
Yes.
Okay. So then the minutes will be corrected.
Okay, Tom, and the other concern I have was or I'd like to see them as well. You want to destroy the minutes for the designated periods?
Hang on.
Well, for one, you said you want to review some, and then there are closed session minutes that need to be or are being considered for destruction. Yeah.
The recordings.
Okay. So again, before that happens, the opportunity for them to be reviewed as well.
Okay.
And it's, I know I asked you this before, but there was, what, an 18-month period? Is that what you said to me once? That the time framing is every 18 months?
18 months or older.
Okay. Of the written,
No, of the
both?
audio.
Okay. Okay.
Not the minutes.
The
but
written is
audio.
always, okay.
The written
that's right.
stays forever.
Okay, so you can remove that.
Yeah, in a paperless society, the written stays forever.
So are we removing are we tabling the audio, the destruction of the audio? Is that what you want to do?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else?
So let me make sure I understand. So, Board Member Sanders, you want to pull that out of the consent agenda?
Correct.
And vote to not destroy the audio tape from
So we need a
January
motion for that?
2011
Yeah, we
to
do.
June
Hang on.
2011.
This is getting...
Okay. So when you say table.
Do we need to
let
say
me make sure.
table or?
I don't know, I need clarification. Do you want to just table that until,
Let's table it.
okay,
Okay, we'll take it out of and table it until the next meeting.
okay. Table the destruction.
The destruction of the audio tapes.
And explain then, Tom, before this is approved with it, the reviewal process.
Okay, which page are you on?
Well, just the review closed session.
Okay, review.
Of January 12th
Mm,
through June. Okay,
yeah.
is there a process in place? You know, obviously, I know you can just contact you and sit down and,
Well, those minutes that are.
They're
up for
enclosed.
review are all included.
In your
this.
packet.
And so when the board packet was released last Thursday,
you had an opportunity to just review.
that was
Mhm.
the opportunity for the board to review those to make sure that they still wanted them to remain as closed and not open to the public, not disclosed to the public.
And so now so since we've looked at those incorporated in our board book, we are now being asked not to necessarily review them, but to approve their,
That they remain closed.
That they remain closed.
remain, okay, okay. Okay.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, one quick question or statement that I made the last board meeting, if I recall, on page 45, the second paragraph, the fifth sentence, the second paragraph, page 45. I believe I asked if you can add where it says Mr. Bloom, get Daniel's,
Bob.
get his last name mixed up. Said that a recommendation to replace the boiler should instate the date of 2017 in there. That's what it should be. No. Right after a recommendation to replace the boiler in 2017 was made to the Finance Committee last March 2012.
Oh, okay.
Maurice, could you, if you could you write that down and just give it to Terry before you leave, or unless Terry, you feel you capture?
Now, so Brown has requested the last meeting for the finance minutes dated December be revised to state that Bone had originally stated the recommendation to replace the boiler was in 2017.
Yeah, at the meeting, that particular date was
2017, couldn't
not
have been 2017,
stated,
2012.
but the records says that it was recommended in March of 2012, and that date to recommend that replacement of a boiler was in 2017. Okay, so right after the recommendation, it says recommendation to replace the boiler in 2017. 2017 was made to the Finance Committee last March 2012.
I get it.
It was to be replaced within
Right.
5 years.
Yeah.
Right.
Terry didn't have the context because she wasn't at the meeting, but
Okay.
when they say 2017, Terry, they're talking about the recommendation was to replace the boiler either by 2017 or in 2017, and that recommendation was made in March of 2012. That's why I still suggest if Maurice could at least just write it down real quick before he leaves.
Yes, that would be
Tomorrow.
perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Anything else?
I want to ask a question on the portion where I know it says it's under curriculum, and it's talking about the school calendar.
Oh, okay.
Well, I just remember this from what I wrote down earlier. So my question to you is this at the point, the school calendar is inclusive. I'm not having a debate about the calendar per se, but you might even say where else can it be discussed? The our meeting schedule is included in the school calendar. So if there needs to be an adjustment in it, where would that be?
That would be in a board meeting. If we approve this, then we will set our meetings schedule in. You're talking about our meetings, right?
Oh, okay.
Board meeting schedule?
Right, because, we usually have it within the school calendar.
Within the school calendar, it should. If it changes, we can go in and do that.
Can that be captured?
Yes.
It's to me, from my recollection, and Terry can correct me, it's always been two different votes, though.
Okay.
Right.
Meaning the school.
We vote in.
Yeah, Laura brings the school calendar that's more for parents and students, and then we bring another one to the board that says, here's the meetings that the board has agreed to, and
you have them on the school calendar, though.
Yeah.
So, and it still can be done.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It can be done, and it can be changed too.
Mm-hmm.
All
Yeah,
right.
because usually we run into a conflict someplace along the way. Okay. Anything else?
Nope.
Would.
The motion.
Are we not including the finance committee meetings in this approval, or are we going to approve them pending the
Addition. Okay, we're going to approve the Finance Committee meeting pending the addition of the information from Mr. Brown. Okay. And we're going to table the destruction of the tapes for the closed session until February 19th. Okay. Would the secretary call the roll, please?
Mr. Morgan? Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Secretary, aye. President Heisel?
Aye. Action reports, business. Healy Bender proposal. I think we got some good news here. Okay, Bob.
More than what we asked for.
I think that's where we are, right? Yep. Okay.
To do a motion before we talk about it?
Oh, yeah. We have to have a motion. The motion is to accept the Healy Bender revised proposal for both the 10-year life safety surveys and the physical facility assessment report for each of the conference reference school buildings: Balmoral, Talala, CSK, CMMS, ELC, SGC, Crete, and MEC.
So move.
Moved by Mr. Brown. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Coletti.
Okay. As you know, we received our Capital Development Board grant back in October, a total of $23.62 million. In anticipation of receiving that grant back in March of 2012, we presented to the Finance Committee meeting a tentative capital plan. It was an 8 to 10 year capital plan where we had taken our facility study and life survey study from 2003 and then also just updated it with our information and knowledge of the district's condition and put together a sample long-term facility plan that would show what years we would do certain projects and how a proposal to spend the capital dollars over time. As part of that proposal or part of that recommendation in March, we also recommended that the district should, the district has to update its 10-year life safety survey. Obviously, it's every 10 years. 2003 was the last survey, so we're due in 2013 to have a 10-year life safety survey, which is a state-required mandate where you basically have an architect come in. They inspect each of your buildings and then put together a listing for the state that indicates any hazards or any issues that need to be resolved with life safety money. Also, we recommended that while they do that process, that we have a facility study where the architect takes it to the next level and they further inspect the building and then give you a report on each building and basically itemize out the condition of each of your buildings, and from their professional standpoint, let you know what they think needs to be replaced in a certain timeline with that. So back in December, we brought a proposal from our architect Healy Bender to conduct those two services, and at the time the cost was too high for the board to accept. So per direction of the finance committee, we went back to Healy Bender and negotiated a better price. And so what Healy Bender has done is they've now submitted a revised proposal to do these services, and basically they have they've lowered their price 12.5%, which was a total well, the total savings on that was about $29,260. And they also included, for no additional charge, to do an educational adequacy analysis on one of our buildings that we choose. So we could choose any building to do this study on. And that's just basically a bonus service that they can do, where while they're in assessing the facility and coming up with different projects to do with the building, with that additional educational analysis thing that they do is they would basically interview the principal and key teachers and district staff and figure out if there's anything that's not working with the building in terms of, say, a learning resource center or a computer lab or something that they might have suggestions on, if they're going to be remodeling a part of the building, how they could better lay out the facility for the educational adequacy. So that was just one additional feature that they added on top of all the other services as well. So basically the cost is 12.5% reduced. So the recommendation is to accept the new lower price and then to pay for these costs with the use of our capital development grant funds.
Any questions for Bob? I would personally like to thank those board members who requested strongly that we go back and renegotiate with Healy Bender. You have saved us some money. It's greatly appreciated. All right.
Is there anything on the back end we have to do, or this is it?
Don't look again for us.
What do you mean on the
Like this
It's gonna cost
is
us
it
more
right
later.
here. There's not anything that's going to come up later that we have to pay.
additional cost related to this?
Yes.
You mean? No, this cost would include, it's our 10-year life safety survey study, so we have to do that either way. And then this is an all-inclusive price for doing this the physical, the district what is a facility assessment and report.
Mm-hmm.
And basically Healy Bender, when they're done, it's a very large binder is the report. We'll also get it in an electronic format, and then they'll come to the finance committee or the board or whatever the board's choice is and present the report and the highlights and recommendations and answer any questions, and they'll come back for various meetings to make sure that everyone understands the report. So it's a lot of data they're going to have, and then they'll try and break it down in different summary tables and charts and also present it to us. So and then this report should be our basis for making our capital decisions over the next 5 to 10 years in terms of the public forums we have and the decisions we have to make on how to spend that money.
Thank you. And what was the outline to number 7 about doing some services for one school for free?
Yeah, number 7 is basically we can pick one school, and what they'll do is they'll go in and meet with the administrators and staff in that school, kind of look at the physical layout of the school and discuss with them, what are some different features about the building that maybe they don't like or that they want to improve upon. And then that way, if there's other renovations going on, say for example, if they have to remodel a bathroom or tear out a wall, and then they know that school would really like if the computer lab was actually expanded in size, because that would help them with testing or something. While the wall's down, they could kind of remodel everything all at once and kind of fit it all in. So that's something that they just want to do for one school, and then probably in the hopes that if we really like that service or like the examples that they come up with, then maybe that would be something that we would want to expand upon at a later time. But this one school of choice is included within the price.
And that's aside from everything else. So this is after all of that takes place.
Yeah, they could actually, they do the 10-year life safety survey, and then they can do the facility assessment, and then this process could be done independent, so it's not, it doesn't happen at the exact same time. They'll probably do it a little bit afterwards.
And have you any idea which school you want to do that? You're supposedly waiting until this comes back to see.
Right. No, we haven't decided which school to do yet. You know, we could discuss that either at the finance committee or you know, at a different, because this will probably take about 2 months to complete. So, you know, we could let them know later on in the process what school we want to do.
Thank you.
Done. Anything else? No. Would the secretary call the roll, please?
Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Mr. Morgan? Aye. Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Secretary, aye. President Heisel?
Aye. Okay, next up is curriculum calendar. Unless I've missed something. Okay, could I have a motion to approve the calendar for the school year 2013-2014?
Move.
Moved by Mrs. Coletti. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Sanders. Discussion. Okay, Laura?
At the last week in November, we convened the calendar committee and looked at the possible choices for calendar for 2013-14. What was interesting about it is now that we've gone to a semester that ends right before winter holiday, it pretty much locks in the beginning and the end dates to our school year because we have to start at a certain time. So as we went through the calendar document and looked at various things, really the only choice that we had to make was where to put spring break. And the interesting thing about it was that for April of 2014, Good Friday is quite late in the month, and it just so happens that the week following Good Friday is the week of PSAE testing. So we couldn't schedule our spring break during that week. So we had some discussion about whether it should be the first week of April or the second week of April, and the committee said, well, let's, rather than just decide, let's just put that out for the vote. So we put it out electronically to staff, and the choice was really just to decide which week was your preference for spring break. So what I've included here for you are the vote totals and from each building, and then a list of key dates for the recommended calendar, and then Barb actually managed to put together the color calendar, including our early dismissal days here. So we're recommending this calendar for school year 2013-2014.
Questions, discussion?
Just one. Laura, I know during parent-teacher conferences, some bunch of teachers mentioned they definitely like the change in the testing or finals before the break. Is that still the general consensus?
Yes, that's the consensus.
Yeah, everybody I talk to loves it. You know, their grades are turned in, you don't have to work, and the kids don't forget everything while they're gone.
Right.
Right. Well, they all studied all the time over break anyway. I always did. Okay.
Laura, so spring break will be the week
April.
of Good Friday?
It will be the second week of April. The week
When is Good
of
Friday?
The 5th to the 13th.
Oh, okay.
The 18th.
Yeah, it will start on, so Saturday the 5th, so that's technically a weekend. So it's really April 7th through the 11th, and we would
Right.
come back to school on the 14th.
The week before.
I didn't have that. Okay.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Okay. Secretary, call the roll, please.
Mrs. Coletti?
Aye.
Mr. Morgan? Aye. Mrs. Sanders?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Secretary, aye. President Heisel?
Aye. Any old business? Any new business?
I do have, I guess, what would be considered new business. I'm proposing to the board that we somehow formulate a scholarship in honor of former President Mark Rose. I don't know how to go about doing this. I will fund this year, if we can get it in this year, you know, being consistent money-wise with the rest of the scholarships that's out there is something that, you know, I've been toying with over the last couple of days. I have not talked to Mrs. Rose yet, but this is new to me, but I thought it would be something good in honor of our former president. So I don't know how to go about it. I just need help on that.
Okay.
It can be the Board of Education, or somehow we need to get Mark Rose's name in that.
I think I like the idea. I don't know that the board per se can have a scholarship. We'll have to check on that. And then what we need is the criteria
That's
for the
correct.
scholarship, the application process,
Sure.
and timeline.
I never did this before, so I'm just soliciting my colleagues up
Trying to
here
think
help me out.
timeline.
If there's anything, and that you do need to check.
I've done it a couple of times.
8th grade, us giving as board members
Yeah.
money to contribute.
Yeah, because it's very different, and
Can we?
But you can't, you know, you can definitely as a private.
as
even-
private citizens we can, yes, but and I think, and to name the Mark Rose Memorial Scholarship, I think is an excellent idea, and I love it. And I'm thinking that while the board can't do it, members of the board can, but I think we should also open it up, and I also think we should go to the foundation to see if we could get some money from the foundation for it. Trying to think. We need some time when we can get together to set a meeting time to sit down and work out details. I'll talk to you after this meeting and when we finish here tonight, see if we can come up with a date, because I'm leaving the 7th of February.
And talk to his family.
And, yeah, and then we got to talk to the family, too. See how Mary Ann feels about it.
Like I said, I had not talked to
Okay.
Mrs. Rose, but this is something I've been toying with for the last couple of days, and I thought it was
Okay.
appropriate to say it tonight.
Now, another thing that we do need to do is that, Mr. Morgan, we were going to have a little workshop with you about boards, how the board works and everything. Have you got some time between now and early February? If not, we'll have to do it after I get back, after the next board meeting.
Yes.
Yes, you do have time? Okay, then you and I will get together and we'll look at calendars and we'll see what we can set up. My problem is I'm leaving the 7th of February and I'll be going to Disney World for a long time. A long time.
I have an additional suggestion. We honored one of our staff members this evening, and I think that was a great gesture. My concern has been, since being on this board, I know we take the time and around the district portion of the board meeting to recognize our schools. I think we should make efforts to recognize our staff members. Have an opportunity to do that some kind of way where it's done fairly. Possibly, I talked to Laura a little bit about it, and she was saying possibly even, excuse me, having the schools pick a person, maybe even at the end of the school year, you know, the last board meeting, we take the time to recognize at least one person from each building, but having the schools do the process so it looks, you know, well, not looks, but it is fair, and it's not looking like, well, the board has, you know, favorites or whatever, but being recognized by your peers, and also showing that as a board, we want to take the time to recognize our staff members because they are doing some awesome things, even thinking about some of the around the district activities we've seen this year. Our staff members are stepping up and a lot of times going above and beyond. So I would like the board to entertain that.
That's a great idea.
That's great, too. And Ms. Hall, I also like the idea if we can somehow incorporate random acts. In other words, that we actually, not just that they're selected almost by their peers, but even, we're visiting buildings, seeing people in action, like a secret shopper kind of mentality is another, is a suggestion I have to include with that.
Okay.
And you know what else? Because going into buildings, you talk to the children. And, John, I want to say this to you. And, again, we talked earlier, our kids are not too young for certain things. But I think our students should know what the Board of Education does. Because I asked them a lot, and a lot of them don't know. And I shared with Mr. Franklin, one of his students says, she said, well, are you Mr. Franklin's boss? I said, well, kind of. She said, well, can you fire him? do you have the power to fire? And she's like first grade. And I just laughed about it. And she was just asking, and we were just joking around, But I think it's important that our students know what the Board of Education does. So I don't know if there's a way to do that. Even when we recognize Board Member Day, maybe initiating something where board members can take the time to just go into schools and explain, and that's part of high agree, that's a part of government, and, it's something that's definitely teachable. So I would like to see that done if possible.
Okay.
Well, when Laura has those meetings with the principals, because I don't know the elementary one she's talking about, but I know there's one with the secondary this Friday. So, well, actually, I'm having a meeting tomorrow with all the administrators. So, yes, we will bring up these issues and brainstorm around how we can fulfill them for the sake of being able just to give, first of all, more recognition to our staff, and then second of all, how can we educate our mainly our students. I would hope that our staff knows who the board is and what their function is, but our students, yes, I think it's part of civic education.
Okay. All right. Never mind. It's getting too late, and I'm getting too loosey-goosey. Is there need for a closed session? No. Okay. If there is nothing else, can I have a motion for adjournment?
Motion.
Moved by Mrs. Coletti, second by Mrs. Sanders. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Meeting's adjourned. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what am I looking for? Board packet 12, 122. You want the board packets deleted, right, Terry? You want the board packet deleted?
I definitely.